if there's a Mrs. Nuves. Well, of course there is. You're her, and you're just as beautiful as the day we met. But, hi, sweet angels. I finally started stream. How are you all? Right now I'm relaxing, listening to someone do a little art thing right now, and yeah. There. Let me just go plug in my phone so I can go and do whatever, you know. Ah, welcome in, Bennett. I hope you're doing well, sweetie. And hi, darling Trey. How are you, sweetheart? I hope that today has been a good one, sweetheart Trey. Filled with happiness and joy, my dear. There we go. Let me see if I can just put it right there. Oh, I forgot my Twitter post, but that's okay. Okay, brain pain. Sweetheart Trey, have you tested to see whether or not that's humidity related, my dear? I'm aware that for some people it's quite common. Like myself, I'm in a room that had a heater on, and there is so little moisture in here that I'm having a bad headache. Oh, welcome in, Goku. Ah, no problem, my dear. As long as you're happy and resting, then it's perfectly fine, darling. And welcome in, Cursed Duo. How are you today, you adorable furry? But, you have to get up in 6-7 hours. Well, time to rest, my dear. I have some nice cozy ASMR, and I also like to, thank you all for getting me to 1,500. It really does mean a lot, my dear. Thank you. And I'm actually doing rather slay today because I had McDonald's. Well, let's be real honest. McDonald's, pretty tasty, sometimes. Like, the McDonald's I had, you know when you had better, but you don't want to say so, because you got it so quick. Like, I did my order, got my nuggies in less than 2 minutes. I literally went to the Fountain Pop and she wanted to give me them there. And, yeah. Oh, welcome in, Big Mac. How are you, my dear? I hope you're doing slay. There we go. You're doing good, Big Mac. I'm actually quite glad. I don't actually have Pop Rocks, Goku, but if you want, I think they're only something like $1.70 something on the throne. And I simply just don't have enough in free money for that, my dear. And welcome in, Ollie. How are you doing today, darling? I hope you're doing absolutely slay. And you have an adorable May emote. Slay, my dear, slay. Yeah, pretty much I budget all my stuff, and I have to budget, and guess what? My mother may lose her job, so I had to budget in paying the bills more. That means I'm going to be real broke. And stream, then work, oof, that's going to be all the money I'm making. And I'll tell you, I don't make much from stream. Like, the amount I make from stream per hour's worked equates to something like 50 cents. but I love you all too much. I don't really consider this work. So, it's all good, my dear. I'm used to bad news, Ollie, so it's all good. But,
Rye, 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 rye.
though, before I forget, Goku, dear, I do have a 2 liter of, Pepsi Zero Sugar, and I can use that for, pop rock noises. It's not quite the same because it is really just soda pop, but it's similar enough, my dear. And give me just a second. Oh, and congratulations, Kirst. You did well, my dear. Carbon poppies? Ain't that a slight name? Okay. Let me try finding a cup to pour it in, because the only one I got in here is currently filled with soda pop. So, how about I get up, get a different cup, and I'll do that after doing some RARs, okay?
Rye, 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 rye.
Oh, I forgot to check.
Rye, rye, rye.
How's background audio before I forget, dears?
Rye, 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 rye.
Welcome in, Roxy. How are you doing tonight, my dear? I hope you're doing absolutely slay. And yes, it really does take me that long to start stream. It's not like I've been ever known to start stream on time, but it's all good.
Rye, 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 rye.
I'm glad that you're relaxing, dearest Roxy. May you have a great cozy vibes, my dearest. And just rest and relax. And I'll say this to everyone before I forget. If you have triggers, I greatly appreciate if you would do them. I don't like thinking about what triggers I'm gonna do.
Rye, Elliot, Elliot.
You changed one letter. I can't notice.
Rye, 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 rye.
And thank you for the follow, USBK9. Have a kiss, my dear.
Rye, 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 rye.
Welcome in, Anime Headshot. I hope you're doing well, my dear. And I missed you. Many hugs, darling. And you've been exhausted, barely slept last night. Mostly been bad traffic. Yeah. I understand that. In random news from my father with Alzheimer's, who doesn't understand much anymore. His vehicle is stuck in second gear. Of course it's American made, so you know it wasn't gonna be good quality. But stuff happens. Oh well. And it's okay, Ollie. You can type however you want. Just don't make sure it's 20 paragraphs. 1 paragraph is fine. So don't worry, my dear. And welcome in my adorable itty bitty shrimpy. My itty bitty shrimpy. My itty bitty shrimpy. My itty bitty shrimpy. Yeah, if you want to know that transmission's been recalled 5 times over for a whole list of problems, from bad gears to bad pressure plates to bad bad brakes, failure of seat belts, leaking brake lines, leaking transmission lines, bad wiring, bad gaskets, fuel leak, oil leak, radiator leak, made in America. And hi, Angel. I'll say that because I know it can easily be interpreted as something else. Más rápida. Más rápida. Más rápida. Más rápida. Más rápida. Más rápida. And welcome in, my little birdie. My sweet, adorable little birdie. How are you tonight, my little birdie? And welcome in, darling Nancy. How are you? I know, Angel. And good morning, darling Bree. How are you, sweetheart? And let's see. My little kitten. My soft, fluffy little kitten. So soft, so adorable, so breathtaking and slay. Aren't you, my soft little kitten? I have a warm blanket for you, and it's absolutely perfect. I'm doing slavery. I had McDonald's today. My mother did take a fall, which isn't terribly good because I had to care for her more. She fell in concrete, so it wasn't terribly good, but nothing is broke so far. And now I'm getting cozy vibes with all of you sweethearts. And you're okay. You've been trying to get your rep done because you keep putting it off. Understandable, my dear. My dear, dear. Darling Teal. My little birdie. I don't quite know what you mean by that. Oh, if you mean cars, then yeah. It's not really a surprise. And Bjork. Bjork, kanji. Bjork. You will be picked with Wilfingenburg. Now, my dears, am going to do something real quick. I'm going to get a cup so I can do some soda pop triggers, okay? I'm going to do the big brain thing and play audio from a previous stream. So, I'll be right back. Hopefully it's not too loud. Efforts, the galaxy has traded war for peace and anarchy for stability. Billions of beings now look forward to a secure future. The empire will grow as more planets feel the call, from the rim to the wilds of unknown space. Imperial citizens must do their part, join join our grand star fleet, become the eyes of the Empire by reporting suspected insurrectionists, travel to the corners of the galaxy to spread the principles of the New Order to barbarians, build monuments and technical wonders, and speak of our glory for generations to come. The clone troopers, now proudly wearing the name of Imperial Stormtroopers, have tackled the dangerous work of fighting our enemies on the front lines. Many have died in their devotion.
You know, the woman in New Vegas asked me a lot if there's a Mrs. New Vegas. And of course there is. You are her. And you're just as beautiful as the day we met. Anyway, I got my cup for the soda pop triggers, and now you can listen to some good stuff. And my dearest anime, have a good lurk. And same with you, Audi. Have a good lurk. I hope you're doing well, by the way, Audi. Ooh. At some point, I'm wondering when the artist I commissioned back in June will get done with my ref, but I'm not worried too much. All is good after all. All is well. Let me go open my soda pop and we'll get ready for this. And hi Tori, welcome in, my dear. Did you enjoy Fanta's stream early today? It was really lovely to listen to. I was listening to it as I played the Fortnite. I know Fanta really has a wonderful voice, and I greatly love him. Cecily, mind you, Cecily. But there's Slay Person, and let me do exclamation point Fanta. Oh, that's fat, not Fanta. Forgot the N. That should work. That is the wonderful nerdy Fudanchi Magical Librarian VTuber. A lot of buzzwords right there. Fanta reads. They don't actually read quite a lot, but, well, they do. They don't do ASMR, unfortunately. But they're a wonderful slay individual with a Singaporean accent, and they have the most lovely, sweet voice. And welcome in, Hellboy. How are you, my dear? I hope you're doing absolutely great, darling. Now let me go do this soda pop trigger. And for anyone who's wondering, it's Pepsi Max. Hopefully that was picked up. I ain't got a clue. I don't monitor my audio. It's interesting seeing those little bubbles pop out, but it's tasty nonetheless. Oh, welcome in, Matt. How are you doing, my dear? And you're doing well. I'm doing slay, Hellboy. Quite slay, my dear. And right now I'm just resting and relaxing. And Nancy, where do you get that adorable emote from? Ray2_C. Well, slay, my dear, slay. You're doing decent, Matt? Okay, okay. Let me go do all the triggers before I forget and leave anyone lonely. And also, something to the follower from 10 minutes ago, USBK9. You, my dear, get a free trigger if you do an exclamation point menu. I'm going to put the microphone, or this real close to the microphone. Okay. Next trigger, I hope you enjoyed that, sweet Goku, is going to be Frog. And my dear, dear Hellboy. Squish. Who's that from, by the way? Ah, Exhausted Shoe. I've heard of them. And that's a follower emote? Does that technically mean you can use follower emotes if you're a sub to them? Is that how it works, sweetie? I don't really know. Like, if any of my sweet people who are subbed, does that mean you can go and use the cookie emote wherever? Interesting. Slay? I actually didn't know. Twitch be Twitch. Anyway, let's get to doing Frog now. Oh. Do I have any open windows I don't want open? Okay, they're muted. Okay. There we go. Before I forget, hi, welcome in my dearest Subwinter, and Matt, if you want you can do the cat trigger and I'll do a bunch of meows. Yes, that was a burp, my dears. Thank you for carrying that. Have a kiss, my dear Ollie. And welcome in, darling Nicola. My day was okay. I had McDonald's. I bought some new ASMR triggers. I'll show you them in just a moment. Sad news, my mother did take a fall on concrete, so that wasn't the best part. But hopefully she will go and call the doctor and do all that stuff. But overall, now I have you all. Yeah, nothing's broke, but her spirit is down. That's how it is, my dear. Loud thunder? Oh well? I'm a little bit worried. But do sleep if you can, sweetheart Ollie. I am now going to play for you an interesting little trigger I got today. Then I'm going to do Roxy's My Little Kitten again, because why not? Then I'm going to do some meows, and then I'm going to do the Gettysburg Address in whispers. But I went to a store today that, you know, you go to one and it's very clear that they're going out of business because all their stuff is suspiciously low. Like, oh, I'm quite worried for you then, Goku. But, please be safe, okay? But, you know how you go to a store and they have a bunch of stuff for suspiciously low prices? Thank you, my dear Nicola, thank you. My adorable pet. They also had some good collars and leashes for you. My adorable pet. The leashes where the owner would hold them had Sherpa on the handle. They were made out of high quality denim and had a bunch of sizes for pets, both little and small, and they would be perfect. Oh, fell asleep? My, Nicola. That explains why I didn't hear anything from you for a bit. VR goes interesting whenever I play it. I plugged it in and I realized that by plugging it in, I can actually get or I plugged it into a phone charger, and by doing that it seems like all my issues disappeared, so I am kind of worried, you know. But now, now let me play a little bit of this weird silicone trigger I bought. They were selling stuff for literally 90 cents at 70% discount. So listen to this. This is a soap bar holder for your shower, by the way. Yeah. And on the most random tangent, by the way, that store I went to, you know, when they're obviously buying stuff in bulk and they ain't got a clue what they're getting, only general ideas. I live in an area where it's 98% white. All their makeup that's on sale is black beauty products. They have nothing but that. So, if anyone wants cocoa colored, what's the word, I'm blanking on it, base for their face, hit me up. It's like 50 cents a bottle. Granted, it's 50 cents product, so unless you want to trust it, then don't worry. It's perfectly okay if you don't want something for 50 cents. Okay, enough of random clickies today. And if you want me to return that to that trigger at a later point, just tell me, my dears. Okay? Next trigger is going to be my little kitten. My sweet, adorable little kitten. Have a good night, Ollie. Dream well and sleep well, my dear. Night night. Have a few good night kisses. Welcome in, sweet Marcy. How are you doing tonight? My little kitten. You were asleep, and now you're awake. Welcome back, my dear. My little kitten. My sweet, adorable little kitten. Sleep well, darling Ollie. My soft and adorable and ever so enchanting kitten. My little kitten. My little kitten. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. My little kitten. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Thank you, Gogo. Next trigger is going to be, I might do Nicola's because I know they're going to rest soon, as it's quite late. And then I'll go do the Gettysburg Address, and then I'll go start automating. Welcome in, darling Houdini. How are you, my dear? And welcome in, good girl Robin. How are you doing, my darling? I'm doing slay as I had McDonald's. But overall, good. My mother did take a fall today, but she is physically okay, but mentally low in spirits. Yeah, I had nuggies and fries, so that's pretty slay, my dear. Pretty slay indeed. Now, one little more sniff for Nicola, and I'll tell you what you smell like, my adorable pet. My adorable, sweet, ever so enchanting pet. You, my dear, smell like a little bit of Pepsi, maraschino cherries, and a dog. I don't know why a dog, but I'm sure it's okay, right? My adorable pet. Slay. Feel free to ask for a free trigger, sweet ribbon. My good, adorable pet Nicola. So small and sweet, doing so many good things miss you, my dears. Hi. Welcome in, Sweet Snap. How are you, my dear? There. We're getting back to Cozy Land. Now, well, dear Ribbon, my good, adorable pet Nicola, you did so much today, and I am proud of you for that. My good, sweet pet Nicola, who works so well, so good, and I am proud of you, my soft, adorable, yet lap-sized pet. Yosh, 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 yosh. My good pet, have a kiss now and rest well, my pet. Oh, random thing, my dears. I'm kinda glad right now that I have a VTuber model, because I have a zit on the top of my lip. I know. Would have known if I didn't tell you. But there's a random fact of the day, my dear. Congrats, 40 streams. Slay. I know the good girl Ribbon has been enjoying me for a long time, hasn't she? Next trigger is going to be the Gettysburg Address in whispers. Because I gotta make it interesting every time, you know. So let me just go quickly pull up the Gettysburg Address. I'll go whisper a little bit of it into your adorable, sweet ear, okay? And we'll make it real good. Interesting, Marcy, interesting. Are you on mobile? Are you on mobile, my dear? But let me go and pull up the Gettysburg Address, okay? Gettysburg Address. Why do they have a weird lifelike statue of Abraham Lincoln that looks so jank? Like uncanny wax, you know? Like, what? Don't do that, just put it in brass and call it a day, you know? But it happens. Yeah, mobile is a little bit jank like that. I, as a mobile enjoyer, have a love-and-hate relationship with it, because I love listening to streams in the background that it just randomly buffers and stops. Like, why? Phone, why do? Also, all of you sweet darlings may have noticed that I haven't had a stream micro crash for a little bit. I had to turn off hardware acceleration in my browser. My browser takes just a little bit longer to load stuff, but no crashes. And thank you for the follow, Double D222. Here, let me do this for you just before I get ready to read some Susanik. Wie geht's? Wie geht's? I had to figure out how to say, how did you rest in German? How do I say that? Now, getting good, getting good, getting. Do you want me to say that in whispers or deep voice, my dear? Right now I'm doing it in whispers because I haven't whispered in a little bit. Good kitty. Who's good, kitty? It's you, my dear. Soft, sweet kitty. Oh, whoa. A Shiri Bun enjoyer. Out of curiosity, did you get your emotes or sub gifted to you by the, what's their name? I talk to them quite a lot, but I'm blanking right now. I ain't got a clue why. Let me go find it real quick. I have no idea why I'm blanking on their name when I literally talked to them about 2 hours ago. Did you have your sub gifted to you by Spring and Nocti? I'm kind of a little bit curious now. Anyway. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. I am so proud of you, my good, sweet, soft kitty. You're so adorable. So very adorable, yet so small, my dear. Yush. And welcome in, Jennabelle. How are you, my dear? Honestly, I prefer if you didn't, but I'll do it for, Angel just once, okay, Coco? And how are you doing, sweetheart Jenna? And how are you, Double D? If you want me to do a different trigger for you, Double D, just ask, okay? And why is whispering hurting my jaw? Like, that don't make sense. 7 years ago, our forefathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. A new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion that I feel as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives. That nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. you get whatever you want, my dear Forfeit. And Kazuma, in case you didn't hear me, feel free to tell me how you've been, my dearest. I've missed you greatly. Okay, okay. I will go read more of the Gettysburg Address, and then I'll do some cozy triggers for you. You will. By no larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men living and dead who struggled here have consecrated, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember, what we say here, but we can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work, which they who have fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, and from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Now, I'm going to do... Oh, jeepers, you want me to do some whispers in the Midwest voice, Gina? Okay, well, this is going to sound real strange, but hopefully you enjoys it. And Paulette, by the way, feel free to type in chat what redeems you like, my dear. And I'll get right to them, okay? And then I'll do the other kind angels redeems, okay? It's all good. Mochi, 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 mochi. Okay, okay. My good kitty. Here, let me go take a little brush. Brush your adorable ears. And then I'll wish you a good, sweet night. Bullet. I'll start by brushing this ear. Make you all nice and cozy. Give it a little brush, brush. For the good, adorable, and oh so incredibly talented good kitty. And welcome in, Chilled Fox. How are you, my dear? But my good kitty, enjoy your little itty bitty ear brushes for the amazing, sweet, adorable you, my good kitty. You know, jeepers, how'd you doing there, Chilled Fox? I hope you're just doing well, Spot. I'm going to do the kalimba, and then I'm going to do some other cozy redeems, okay? I'll do kalimba, then a praise for the good girl ribbon while giving her a hug. You're bound with almost a foot of snow. Oh my. My dear, feel free to rest, Chilled Fox. I understand what it's like to shovel. Shoveling is never fun. It's one of my least favorite things. No, you don't want snow, Roku. when you have to shovel that snow every 5 minutes ain't good. And welcome in, my good, adorable fairy, sweet Ray. How have you been, my sweetheart? It's been a little bit, and I forgot to send you a message today. But I hope you've been well, my dear. Okay, okay. Sleep well then, Teal. Sleep well, my dear. I know, shoveling snow ain't fun. Heavy wet snow, oof. Now that I understand well. It is never fun, my dear. I hate it when you get a blizzard and you get that ultra compact snow. Oof. Hate that stuff. Stressed to high heaven and personal things. But I got some time to pop in today. Ah, thank you, sweetheart, right? I always love and enjoy your company. So having you here to any degree is always lovely. And if you, my good, sweet Angel Ray, my good fairy, would like any trigger, feel free just to do them, my dear. Or better yet, ask, because I'm pretty sure you have some triggers that I was meant to do a while ago, but you just put them in IOU. So feel free just to ask for a few triggers, my dear. I'm going to lower the gain and do some kalimba, okay? Yeah. Thunderstorms can be all nice and cozy. Other times not so much. Depends on the day, really. And before I forget, if that's too loud, just tell me. Good day, my beautiful, sweet, good day. With your wings so beautiful, so translucent in the sun, ever so enchanting. You really are a good, sweet, amazing fairy, aren't you, my good Ray? And I am so proud of you. You did so well today. I know you're stressed, but it's all good, my dear, because I believe in you, and I know you got this, darling. So just rest and relax. It'll all be okay, my sweet, sweet, good Ray. And favorite trigger? Ear lickies. And I'll do water glug glug soon. I'll do water glug glug after the good girl and hugs for Ruben, okay? You'll just probably have to remind me as my memory's a bit bad. It's all going to be okay. Let's get to doing those nice cozy hugs, okay? Kisses soon? Okay, okay. Let me turn up the gain and get you all nice and cozy. Ah, Shotanjiro. Welcome in, my dear. How are you doing tonight? Hola, Ana. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? I'm doing rather slay, sweet Jotan. I had nuggies today, so I'm quite happy about that. And Anna, same there. I also bought some new triggers, but I'm not kind of sure if I like them. But I'll do them later on. If I had the ability to do sound effects, I think I could add a good echo to that, and it'd be real cozy. But I don't know how to do that, Phobias. I'm too shy to ask. Anyway, if you, Anna, or Shotan have any cozy redeems you'd like done, feel free to do them, my dear. I'm going to do a praise and a hug. Or is it a good girl that, it's a praise for Darling Ribbon? Okay. Yes, we know this, muy mal, mi amor. Look, come here. Come in for a nice, wonderful, cozy hug. I promise that my blankie is freshly washed. Smells like the rose perfume I sprayed myself. And is absolutely ever so enchanting. I'll be honest with you. I greatly love Rose, and if I can get you to enjoy Rose too. Hello and good night, Koha. I saw that, or heard rather, that you were doing it, or doing your good night routine, brushing your teeth, and doing all that, my sweet Koha. I'll do your purr after I do the praise for, Good Girl Ribbon, okay? That way you can go to bed well rested. But my Good Girl Ribbon, it's been a long day, hasn't it? You can just get wrapped up in my nice, warm blanket. Get all nice and cozy. Close your eyes and rest, knowing how much of a good angel you are. You good, good angel. With a smile on your face and a warm blanket, knowing that you are a good, good angel. And I've seen all that you've done today, and I congratulate you. I'm proud of you, my dear. So have a kiss, and know you did well, okay? next trigger is going to be a purr for Koha as they're going to fall asleep in just a second. Then water glug glugs for the good sweet bay. And welcome in, Jonathan. How are you doing, my dear? I hope you're doing slay today. I'm doing slay, my dearest Jonathan, as I had nuggies today. Though, I feel like today's nuggies haven't been terribly great. They tasted just a little bit mid. Let's see. My next trigger is going to be water glug glug, but a quick little thing I'm going to say before I do that. My darling Koha, that wonderful cinnamon bunny you used just a second ago. We all know that cinnamon bun's too much of a bottom to do that. That's the only thing I'll say today. Good night, darling Koha. Rest well, my dearest one. Okay? Have a kiss. The dearest, darling cinnamon bun, as portrayed in the emote above, is too much of a bottom to do that. Clip it if it's so scandalous. Clip it, my dearest, darling Koha. Skill issue. Skill your sleep, Goku. Get your sleep. Sleep well, my good angel. Sleep well. Also, is a chicken McNugget meal enough food for one day? I had a few more from what I didn't eat, and we're back. It's me again, Mr. New Vegas, coming at you with the news. Sorry about that.
Yeah. 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 Mm.
Welcome in, kitty. How are you tonight?
Yeah. Mm. Mm. Mm.
Wow, my good sweet Marcy. Indeed, Koha. Even the universe said no. Here. I'll put this right here. Just in case people need to. Just in case. Now back to the water glug glug. I don't know if I had a stream crash or not. Oh well. I love my Wi-Fi. It can be good for 8-hour stream, then fail after an hour and 12. But I'll do the water glug glugs for 90 seconds more. Yeah, that's an issue with clipping. Yeah. People Sag. Let us weep, my dear. Let us weep. But all is good. All is well. And for you, Jonathan, I'll do a health check in a minute, okay? I don't want you to think I forgot about you. Okay. Yosh, yosh. 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 It's all going to be okay. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. It's all going to be okay. Now, next trigger is going to be one of my very favorite meows. I still have to do some more stuff for ASMR, but it's all good. Oh wait. An itty bitty shrimpy, did you like me saying mochi in whispers? If not, it's all good. Mochi. 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 next trigger is going to be wind. Then I'll do meows and a praise for Marzi. And by the way, welcome in, Snuggly Kitty. How are you, my dear? Snuggles on my lap. Right here. I got a warm blanket for you. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. It's all gonna be okay. My good kitty, you smell like cinnamon, allspice, and orange. All rather good. Good night, sweetest Nancy. May you sleep well, dream well, and remember that you, my dear, are loved. Good night, darling. Have a kiss. Indeed, Magic Pants. That always sounds good. By the way, how are you, my dear? Next trigger is meows. Then I'll do some more kisses.
Meow. 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 Meow.
It's okay to learn Goku. It's all good. How are your magic pants, by the way, my dear? I always love making sure you're okay. Next trigger is more kisses. Yeah, I'll do a health check real quick. Twitch Mobile seems to be quite bad today. I've heard it multiple times today, but hopefully it'll be okay for you, my dear. And also, welcome back, sweetie. Let me go look at my next trigger. It's going to be a health check. Oh, and welcome in. Trying my best. Sorry that I didn't do your trigger last time, but I hope you're doing well. It did. It did. Oh. Yeah, Twitch, oh boy, ain't good, you know. Is there a redeem you're trying to do, sweet magic pants? You can tell me what it is. I'll take a sip of my peppermint tea. The next trigger is going to be a purr. Yeah. Probably, my dearest magic pants. Just remember that you are loved for who you are, and that you're perfect because of it. You welcome in, my dear Cool Freeze. How are you doing tonight, my dear? There. But I hope you've been well, my dearest darling Freeze. Any more plane flights for you, my darling? Doing so. Still a bit jet lag, so you're taking it easy today. Just watching movies. Slay, my dear, slay. I hope you've been watching the goodest, most amazing movies. May I ask what movies you watch, my dear? And thank you for the follow, Draconia 7. How are you, my dear? If you would like a free trigger, feel free to do exclamation point menu. It will. The next trigger is going to be meows that are praise for Anna and all the good things they do. And then a praise for Marzi because I forgot.
Meow. 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 Meow.
I've never finished Naughty Darko.
Meow. 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 You will? 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 Lie. 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 Lie.
But I do love Lord of the Rings. That Amazon Rings of Power that came out. Have you watched that? It was honestly just okay. Like, it was the most perfectly mid show. Like, I completely forgot I watched it, is how mid it is. And I just have no great opinion about it. Like, the writing was bad. Pacing was, like, can the scene be a little shorter, please? And then when it had a good scene, why is it so short? Is what it felt like, you know? So just perfectly mid. Yeah, pretty much. Like, that is the most 5 out of 10 show I've ever watched. Now, next redeem is a praise for Anna. I know, it filled the weekend indeed. And the ending I did like. I'll admit I didn't see it coming. Then again, I don't really go look at spoilers or anything anymore. So that stuff bores me. Like, why would I want to watch some random guy who I never heard of rant about Rings of Power being a bad predecessor to Lord of the Rings for 40 minutes? I don't really care about that stuff. I want to watch something that's good. I was just mid. But my dearest darling Anna, I know. I can't remember what time zone you're in, my sweet Anna, but having you here every time, being a good, sweet angel, really does make me happy. So, my dearest, goodest Anna, I am so proud of you for just being you, for existing here, my good, sweet Anna. And that is perfect enough. You will? Next trigger is going to be sniff for itty bitty shrimpy, and then I'm going to do, oh my, so many cozy triggers. My itty bitty shrimpy. He smells like rose water, cinnamon sugar, and happiness, my dear. That is what you smell like, my dear. Have a kiss. Next trigger is going to be, oh, what is the next trigger? I need to do it in order so I don't forget here. Oh, what is the next one? Okay. Oh my, Angel. I forgot about this one for you, my dear. Angel. Oh, core taps. You're loving that gnome, aren't you? An angel. You bad. We'll say witch. You bad witch. You bad music or magic user. You bad magic user. You bad witch. Bad witch. Bad witch. You bad bitch. Was that good enough, Angel? My good angel. Next trigger is meows, then a praise for the good Marzi, who I'm pretty sure is sleeping right now. Hi, Marzi.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Next trigger is going to be a praise for the good and beautiful Marzi, who's so breathtaking, so sweet, so kind and lovable. Yes, you are, my sweet Marzi, and I hope you're getting some nice, cozy dreams, my dearest Marzi. 'Cause you did well today, and I am proud of you for that, my good Marzi. Good Marzi. Good Marzi. Good, sweet angel Marzi. Next trigger is going to be kisses, and then I'm going to do rars. Oh well. Oh, I also have a paper tearing, so I'll do kisses, paper tearing, then rar. Welcome back, Nicola. Did you rest, my dear? And then redeem a good pet, and I'll make sure you rest soon. And what a cute emote you have there, sweetheart Meister. Next trigger is going to be paper tearing. Then I'll do Nicholas so they can get right back to sleep, okay? No one wants to be woken from a waking dream. Then I'll do all your cozy roars and puppies. Hi, sweetheart Milk. I know. By the way, darlings, should I have an AI art generator? Are you sure, Nicola? Fine, fine. It won't be too long. Should I have an AI art generator make a pregnant Sonic? That's really the only thing I'd use AI art generators for. Okay. What about pregnant Luigi? I asked an artist friend to do it and they just said no. I know, and it makes the worst art you can imagine. Like, why does that eye not have a pupil, but it has an iris of a different color? Why is its foot missing? Why are they holding hands and it looks like a bunch of knots? But, in all seriousness, there is still something magical about the art that people draw. Take Meister, for example. They do enchanting art. Meanwhile, I can draw a circle. And that's just perfect, in my humble opinion. Though I am curious, what is the most cursed stuff an AI art generator can make? But that's just a mere curiosity. And thank you for the follow, TTV Cracked, ZJK. Now we'll get right back to doing cozy triggers. And if you want Cracked, do an exclamation point menu for your free trigger. And I'll be thinking about cursed stuff in my mind. Get some delicious food, sweetheart Meister. Yep. Oh! There's a spider on my wall. I think they're coming in for the minute crack I have on my window. I should buy a little cloche and put it in there. It'd be perfect. Yeah, I'll admit the only thing I've had for the past 14 hours is McDonald's nuggets and fries. So I'm feeling very faint, and the only thing keeping me awake right now is coffee. Kisses? Okay, okay. I'll do the rar and puppy, okay? Okay, I will nom on something soon. Let me just do the trigger, and then I'll reach over and eat a little bit of my sugary cookie. That should help me. Can you tell I forget to eat? Here, here. Let's get back to cozy, cozy, cozy. They got sugar. That'll help my tummy.
Rye, 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 rye.
Yeah, I think it's just because I drink a lot of tea that then makes my stomach think it's full. And then I usually take a few hour nap. So I just think because of that, I forget to eat for long stretches of time. And this is what happens. I think the only time in the past few weeks when I've actually been, what's the word, not hungry and not feeling faint was Christmas. And when recently we got a pizza and I could just randomly eat that throughout the day. It didn't help my tummy though. I didn't feel real good because of it. But that's okay. I'll do a little more rars and I'll do a good puppy. Then a good pet.
Rye, 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 rye.
Let me go sip peppermint tea up my throat. Next trigger is good, puppy. Good puppy. Good puppy. Good. Good puppy. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you? Did you rest well, my dear? I certainly hope you did, darling. Good puppy. Good. Good puppy. Good puppy. I am so happy to see you. My good, adorable pupper. So fluffy, so soft, yet so small and adorable. Good puppy. Good puppy. Isn't that the best way, Jeffrey? I find that sleeping on one side or the other has different effects. Do you have that too? I sleep my right side, I sleep for longer, and I have weirder dreams. I sleep my left, I sleep for shorter, but I feel well rested. It's weird stuff. And aye, Sapthi. Let me go give you some head pats and say good puppy a few more times. Come here. How are you, Sapthi? My good puppy. Come here and get some nice head pat. Yes. It's so good, my dear. I'm honestly doing Slay, though I am wondering about things. Should I get more animated emotes? I just don't know what to get. Like, Sapthi. That emote you have right there with the cheeks. Real adorable. I think I know who it's by, as I bookmarked it on Twitter, but I don't remember the name offhand. But I had delicious nuggies and fries from McDonald's, and now I'm making sure that each and every one of you is all nice and cozy. But all is good. All is well, my dearest darling Sapthi. Next trigger is going to be good pet. I know. And they had it pre-ready and they literally took it out to me a minute and a half after I was done. And the lady tried giving it to me as I was filling up my soda pop. And I even had the McDonald's spray too. Ooh. But my good pet, my good, sweet, adorable pet. Good pet. Good pet. Good pet. Good pet. Such a good, well-trained, soft and adorable pet you are. Good pet. Good pet. Also, at the 2-hour mark, I I'm going to change the stream title to Cozy Femboy Kisses and Cookies, and eat a little bit of a cookie. And welcome in, Chihime. How are you today, my dear? I hope you're doing well, my dearest Chihime. You've been following since August? Slay, darling, slay. Whoa. You play the Genshin, Chihime? Slay. You know, if you do exclamation point Genshin, you can see the beautiful art that my model maker made. And it is so beautiful. I love, so no offense to my incredibly wonderful, incredibly talented model maker, but they're a shrimp for Albedo. Like, of all the speed arts they've done, half of it is Albedo. Like, whoa, you know. Oh. Wow. Oh my. And this person here, the Konoko Kokori, is a really beautiful model. Slaying that, my dear. But yeah. That gives you a link to one of the very wonderful art pieces that my model maker made. You woke up laying horizontal in bed, not straight. Okay. Hot take. Sleeping in a bed at an angle. Much better than sleeping straight. Hot take of the day from Felix. And welcome back, Goku. I hope you're doing slay. Or you can sleep in a ball like a femboy, you know. That's perfectly okay. Next trigger, I would have a kiss Goku. Next trigger is going to be heavy breathing and cracked. What was the one you wanted, my dear? Let me go quickly, Tal. Oh, kisses. Okay, fine, kisses, my dear. And I love your SpongeBob profile pic. Let me go do the nice cozy triggers now. Next trigger is going to be heavy breathing. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. It's all going to be okay. Next trigger is going to be kisses. Then I'll do fish pops, scratchies, and some other cozy things, my dears. And hi, Lillian. Welcome in, my dear. How are you tonight, my darling? Oh yeah, she is. She may have bruised her arm. She's low in spirits and is feeling old and doesn't like it because due to her age now she can barely lift 10 pounds. Like, she has trouble lifting her purse now due to her age. So she's having to adjust to that. And she's refusing to go to the doctor, even though most of her issues come from having a bad knee that she refuses to go looked at. But she's doing okay. I'll do a check on her in the morning and make sure she's doing better, you know. But, yeah. And I hope you're doing well, sweet Lillian. Alright. Oh, whoa. Lillian, my dear. That's unexpected, but you've been here long enough. Uncle Joe cry out? Okay, what is the Uncle Joe show? Please tell me. Because it sounds funny. Okay. Your new online uncle, all the frills of having a real family with... Let me read this. With none of the commitment, grab yourself a glass of warm milk and a chair, 'cause you're gonna be here a while. Well, that's one hell of an intro, isn't it? Well, that's instant follow-up. Do tell me about him, sweetie. Let me go VIP here, my dear. And then, Lillian. There we go. Congratulations, Lillian. You are now VIP. Thank you, my dear, for being here this long that you've accumulated enough points to be VIP. Thank you for being in my life, kind Lillian. Now, I'm going to do some more kisses, and then I will do fish pops and scratchies, but if you'd like, feel free to just ask for a free trigger. VIP makes it to where it just means that you've been here long enough that you can get it, and it means a lot to me. Also means that you can bypass channel text filters, which I kinda don't like. So if you're VIP, please do respect it and don't just start saying racial slurs and homophobic stuff. But in more practical terms, it means whenever it's an emo-only mode, you can still chat. That's really it. And it's of a different level, so you may be able to use different commands if I remember right. I have some kisses in the meantime. wish. I wish. Next trigger. Purr? Okay, I'll do a purr before I do fish pops. Because the fish pops are just one I do automatically. Welcome in, Not Boots. Could you spam that email, please? Because it looks really beautiful. And hi, Blob. How was your stream yesterday? I apologize that I wasn't able to go and listen, but I myself was streaming. And how are you doing, Blob? Lawnmower. Look at that beautiful emote right there. So breathtaking. Those are such funny emotes. And welcome in, darling Felix. How are you, my dear? And Not Boots, how are you doing today? How are you, Not Boots? And you played Tetris, Bob. I'm glad to hear, my dear. I hope it all went well. And hi, Felix. How are you doing today? Oh, really? Interesting to learn, Felix. Thank you. It's been a while since I last played that game. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, darlings. I'm going to do fish pops, and then I'm going to go on a pee break. I drank too much caffeinated beverage before stream, and I can feel my bladder. And I'm doing slay, sweet boots. I had very, very delicious McDonald's nuggies, and it was incredibly good. I also had fries too. And feel free to rest and relax. After I do fish pops, the next trigger is going to be... Well, let me go turn up the gain so you can get that nice tingles. And after fish pops... Oh! Hola mi amor, Zahi. ¿Qué tal mi amiga? And I'll do fish pops and good puppy. Crisp, sweet chili wrap. That pull from it. Oh, I think it automatically did it, but I weigh more than 66 kilos. I weigh 69. Nice. Hola. Mi buena niña Zahi. ¿Qué tal? 69. Nice. But I'm 5'11" and 180 centimeters, so you make your decision. Tuve deliciosos McDonald's hoy. Hubo. Pero como fue su corriente, mm, querida, hubo. Hopefully that came out good enough, my dear. Next trigger is going to be good puppy. Good puppy. Good puppy. Good puppy. Good puppy. Such a good, adorable puppy. Good pupper. Such a good, beautiful pupper you are. So breathtaking, so beautiful, so sweet and adorable. And you're just as soft as the day we met, my dearest, sweetest, darling puppy. Have a kiss. And free stream streak. Congrats, Felix. Have a kiss, my dear. Have a kiss. Oh, whoa. I forgot all about that. They're doing the horny update to, the uwu, if you will, to, the Call of the Lamb. Though, I'm gonna say this to you once. How many people are playing it? Because I haven't seen anyone play it for a while. And the last person I knew who played it was one of those addicted people who just gets addicted too much in one game, you know? Yeah. And hi Aiden, welcome in, my dear. Oh no. Your throat hurts. Mi amor, please, rest up, rest well, and relax, my dear. I'll do your, sniffer emote, or sniffer redeem soon, okay? I'm just doing them all in order and it'll be a while. Oh well. But how are you doing this morning, Aiden? I truly just think Calls of the Lamb was one of those games you see certain streamers play, and I just don't really play games like that. I'm doing okay, Aiden. I had delicious McDonald's today, so I'm doing rather slay. And my dearest Marzi, come here for a hug, my dear. Come here. So close your eyes and rest. Relax. My good puppy. I'll give you your kisses in just a moment, okay? There you go, Marcy. You good, amazing puppy. So just rest, relax, and know you did absolutely wonderful today, my dearest. Rest and relax, dearest. The next trigger is going to be paper tearing, then for Zahi and mi buena gatita. Mi buena gatita. Tú eres mi buena gatita, Zahi. I'll do the paper tearing now, and then I'll get to doing your cozy redeems, okay? And then after Zahi's Buena Gatita, I'm going to
Go take a break, because my bladder's full. I kind of meant to do that a while ago, but I didn't, you know.
Oh well. Did you get a fabric one, or did you get a leather one? Because both of them are quite comfy if you get a nice size and whatnot. I personally like my small pink leather one. Black leather? I understand, but pastels are where it's at. But feel free to send me a picture when you get it, my dearest Felix. Ooh, slay, slay. I think I actually have the pink version of that, my dear. It's a great collar. Oh well. And why is that, Goku? Okay. Paper tearing is done. Mi amor. Get ready. I really need some more adorable emotes. Only good ones, you know. Ah, hi Peaches. Congratulations on your 3-stream streak, sweetheart. Have a kiss. Manzanilla. Miel. Y canela. And you're just as perfect and as amazing as the day we met. Mi amor. Mi buena gatita. Tú eres mi buena gatita. Mi buena gatita. Mi buena gatita. Have a good luck, Luciel. And good morning. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Et guten Morgen. So, like, metaphorically, if I was a squirrel and you were an acorn, we all die adjacent at the park. Would you go nuts for me?
Hello?
That depends. How breathtaking are you? If so, perhaps. Now, next trigger is going to be Mi Buena Niña, then Good Peaches, then I'm going to be Mi Buena Niña, Mi Buena. I have Ben Felix, but I keep pushing it back. Tú eres mi buena niña. Mi buena niña. Tú eres mi buena niña. Tú eres mi buena niña. And thank you, Lucia. Having you here every morning is always so sweet, sweetie. Mi buena niña. Mi pequeña niña. You're breathtaking, and you're just as beautiful as the day we met. Good Peaches. Good Peaches. Good Peaches. Good Peaches. peaches, 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 peaches. I love you. Okay. Darlings, I gotta pee. I've been pushing it back for literally 30 minutes now. I'll be back, okay? And good night, sweetheart milk. Have a good time resting, and remember that you, my dear, are loved. Okay? And don't worry, I'll play a VOD so you won't be lonely. Okay.
The order of peace has triumphed over the shadowy, secrecy, shameful magicians. The direction of our course is clear. I will lead the empire to glories beyond imagining. We have been tested, but we have emerged stronger. We move forward as one people, the imperial citizens of the first galactic empire. We will prevail. 10,000 years of peace begins today. And that was the declaration of a new order, first done by Palpatine, also known as the Palpatine speech. Let me go add a marker for that. I hope you all enjoyed that, my dears. That was me telling you how I first became a VTuber. Exactly. Yeah. And how are you doing, sweet Tonka Truck? I was having a sleigh time just telling you about the first galactic empire. And sorry if I missed anyone. I kinda got into that because why not? How are you, Tonka Truck dear? And Losha, welcome in, darling. How are you? My next redeem will be praise for Sweetheart Toaster. Toaster, my dear. I know that you're just having one of those sucky days. And we're back. It's me again. Quick question for you, sweethearts. When I play that audio, is it too loud or too quiet, or just right? Because I don't want to hurt your ears and I ain't got a clue. Let me go grab my cookie. Change title to include that. Okay. Perfect, just right. Thank you. There we go. Now, time for me to eat a cookie. I do have thick lactose bill though, but I'll probably do a scratchies in just a second, okay? And then I'll make sure that you're all cozy and wonderful tonight, my dears. Oh, here we drop that. But if any of you need to go, oh, leather thingy. Which one? Whoa. So today, yes, unfortunately I'm lactose intolerant, so I had to take a lactase pill. It's great. And it's going to be a peanut butter chocolate chip cookie with a... Let me take the lid off of it. Also, hopefully you can hear that. That's a singing bowl I've had for a while. I meant to use it for stream, but I kinda don't really like. Yeah, here. Let me go try flinging out some more. See? Good stuff. And it's brass and it actually has a peacock. It's quite adorable. But for those curious as to what cookie I'm eating, if you go on Twitter, I posted the exact same cookie I'm actually having today. So feel free to do that, my dears, and enjoy. I'm going to do scratches for mi amore. Is that okay? Well, I know amore is Italiano. Canta la tartara in mano, lasciatemi guidare sul nome italiano. That's my singing of the day. Peanut butter chocolate chips, and they're just magical. Also, if you can't hear the scratching, please tell me. There we go.
Let me go do that Kalimba real quick for you, Peaches. Then I will get right back to doing the scratchies, and then I'll do some head pats, and then leather tappies, okay? Hopefully, that'll be nice and cozy. Guten Morgen, Susanne. Wie geht's, Susanne? I'm gonna drink that delicious, delicious tea.
Also, if you don't like my wonderful, cozy whispers, then just tell me, my dear. It's all good. And believe it or not, I still, to this day, have yet to plug in my new mic for scratches. It'll be so good when you hear it.
You want to sleep some more before you go to school. Understandable, Tolo. It is quite early for you. Well, 9:18. But it's still okay. Because my love for you is too strong. Ah, work today. Okay, okay. Brain is tired. You need sleep. 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 Okay. Next trigger is going to be Kalimba. Then I will do more scratching and head pats than the leather tappies. But my dearest Lillian, yes.
Whoa, 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 look at that emo right there, Lillian, my dear. I think I recognize it. Do I? Nope, that's Uncle Joe. Okay, if any of you don't know, there is an amazing streamer called ASMR Punk. Here, here.
Exactly. They are so wonderful, so cozy, so funny. They got a cat, and they are just so good. I absolutely recommend them. And they even have some channel thing where their whole joke is balls. Like, they're not going to Lollapalooza this summer, they're going to Ballapalooza. And it is so, so wonderful. You're in panic because your room door is just open now and you don't know why. Indeed. Indeed, Taro. You really have to make sure. Because you don't want a cat escaping. And besitos. Zeki. Okay. Now, let me go do the greatest thing, okay? And that's going to be Kalimba. Probably just hiding, yeah. I have all my cats who, so I don't like my cats coming up here. Because when they do, that means I just have to vacuum and clean more than I do. So I tend to lock it off. They don't like it, but they sadly lose a place where they can rest, but oh well. It's not like they're fat cats that just lay around all day and do nothing except groom, eat, and have one occasionally poop in the bathtub. and turn up the gain. Next trigger is going to be scratching the leather tappies. Now, how did you enjoy that kalimba? And was the volume of it loud enough, my dears?
Echo, echo, echo.
Did I miss a notification? I did. Okay. Thank you to whomever so gave me the 5 United States dollars. I will use that for Pop Rocks, my dear. Also, thank you. Well, it does mean a lot, but I don't know who did it. Someone did it at... Oh, they're in PST. Oh well. I'm getting that right now through the very same microphone that I have. Kind of busy with that. Surprisingly, my dear. Very surprising, isn't it? But I was very surprised when I learned that too, my dear. That not only do they have lactase in them, but it's people weird. And still in your room, Tell. I see. Wow. Let's hope your cat is being good, my dearest. I'm going to do leather book tappies, but Peaches, if you want me to do the other leather tappies, do tell me if they're not right to your ears, okay? I understand completely because you want the tappies to be just right, and sometimes tappies just ain't hitting. You need them to, you know. So, this is leather tappies from my large H.P. Lovecraft book. It weighs a lot, I love it. Peaches, 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 I love you. Welcome in, Fox's Gaming. How are you doing, sweetheart? I hope you're doing well, my dear. Oh, and I forgot. I had to put up the Discord link again. That's not how you spell Discord. There we go. Puppy jump scare? Oh, whoa. Welcome in, puppy. How are you tonight? Fox's Gaming. I hope you're doing the same. Inaudible whispers. Okay, okay. I'll do that, my dear, after leather tappies. I'll do inaudible whispers. And I'm glad you're doing okay, my dearest. I hope your friend was doing slay, my dear.
You will?
Welcome in, darling Gabs. How are you? Please rest and relax well, sweetheart. Thank you, my dear. Understandable. And if you can rest and relax here, my dear, I love that. It was okay. Went out shopping, then went to McDonald's and had nuggies and fries. Came home, then my mother took a fall in the concrete. Nothing is broke, but she is bruised. And then I took a nap, and then I awoke. And now I'm doing cozy ASMR. That's pretty much my day in summary. Do have to work on a few things though, so I think post-stream I'll take a nap, you know. She's damaged in spirit, but it could be like that. I'll check her, or check on her in the morning. And, and, yeah, hopefully she'll be. I'll ask her in the morning, but we have to book a doctor's appointment anyway, because the reason why she took a fall, is because her balance is horrible, because she refuses to go see a doctor about her knee, because it's bad and she doesn't want to get it fixed. But, back to whispers. Okay, have a good night, Goku. Sleep well. Now, let me get to doing some whispers. Do some playing video game while I'm currently reading. I don't know what the call is. Some video game can on. I actually played it and I did have it. Let me just whisper like this now. 2010 was 14 years ago. 14 years ago. L.A. Noire came out then. Skyrim came out in, what, 2011? Fallout New Vegas. Oh my. When did Fallout New Vegas come out? Anyways. Release date. Fallout New Vegas is going to have its 14th birthday soon. Made by Obsidian Entertainment. Honestly, one of my favorite games. I loved playing that game, you know. And RPG elements. Loved it so much, you know. And, well, I have to admit, I love New Vegas. It certainly did feel like, oof. The wasteland in there was just, the capital waste, but more empty with a sepia filter. And, yeah, that's how it can be, Meister. I feel old. I'm ancient.
I'm getting ancient, Meister.
Okay. Now, next trigger is going to be one of my very favorite. In truth, most of my games I played during my childhood were released on the PlayStation 2 because I had that when I was a kid. Before that was a Game Boy. Didn't really play much other than Sonic on that. And I had a DS, I think it was. Yeah. Didn't really... Here's the weird thing though. Wolfenstein Enemy Territory, I remember that. I know, when the GameCube and Wii. Let's feel ancient together, my dears. One of the things I found so weird about my childhood, though, is I would get a Wii or a DS, or I would get a Xbox 360, or even a PS3. Wow, those are brand new systems, you know. I would get no games for it. Like, what do you mean, Felix? Why would you need a game for your DS? You have the one. Yeah, I play that thing start to finish 12 times over. I think I want a new one at least. Or, weird thing. I got the Xbox, then a year later I got the PS3. And my dad didn't like that I was playing more of the Xbox than the PS3. But all the games he had for it were the ones he liked. And I just wanted to play Minecraft. A PSP? Slay. Yeah, it was pretty weird when I think about it. And then he bought all the gadgets for it, you know, like the Kinect and then all the Kinect games, and never used that. And then he did the same for the PS3 and never used that. But I just wanted to play Minecraft. And welcome back, Roxy. How are you doing, my dearest? Kinect commercials I do. I know, right, Aiden? Yeah. I'm feeling ancient. But I can feel my joints right now. They're creaking right now. Anyway, Next redeem is going to be scratchies, then head pats, hugs, and praise, and breathing and kisses. Star Wars, yeah. It didn't make much sense, but it was pretty fun. Whatever happened to that video game from the guy who was going to make something special? Like an AI you could talk to, and you can make drawings for it. Ridge Racer, Ridge. Yeah. Hey, I hacked the network, and now we can play paper games, or we can play browser games, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Before I say this, though, I feel sorry for all the kids who have a Quest 2 and their parents just let them play VR chat. That's a horrible thing. I'll let you all debate that. Just don't get too woo. Ironically, while I say that kids playing VR chat is concerning, didn't we do pretty much the same thing in our own use? Oh, really? Oh. Sorry, I missed your good girl ribbon. I'll do that in a moment. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I'll say two things. A, whenever I play VR chat and go into the public world, I can't use Femboy Avatar, otherwise all the creepers come out. And B, I heard a 16-year-old in VR chat say, "Oh yeah, I'm currently dating a 19-year-old. Yeah, that's just disgusting, you know." And yeah, I had far too many weird stories of growing up with unrestricted access to the internet. It's creepy stuff, you know. Creepy. Eesh. Anyway, back to cozy triggers. I'll do good girl for you, my good girl ribbon, and I'll do some kisses, okay? Then I'll do the other cozy cozy triggers. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Exactly, Boots. Kisses and good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. I think the only games I really play, Minecraft, Fortnite, occasionally VR chat, and I want to play Fallout 76 with a friend. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Such a good, sweet, amazing girl you are. And I am so very proud of you, my good girl. Yeah. Playing with a friend, it does seem fun with friends. Probably not by my lonesome, you know. Yeah, Flash games. Exactly. I had... so I just have a bad memory for passwords and whatnot. Like I already said this before, but I probably have 4 Twitch accounts. Because I can't remember passwords to save my life. So I have them all written down. But this account is the only one I know the password to. All the others forgot their names, forgot their passwords, forgot their emails. I think I have 10 Roblox accounts, 3 Minecraft accounts, I think 13 emails. It ain't good. Old world style? Yeah, they changed the world generation. I forgot about that one here. I think I even have something like 3 Microsoft accounts. Yeesh. And exactly, Panda. It's a big brain right there. If I remember right, I probably should remake a lot of accounts for just Twitch purposes, you know, and this online presence I have, because my previous one I had for something like a decade and a half. Then I had another for a short bit and another. So I just wiped the slate clean. That's why I have 2 Twitch accounts, or 2 Discord accounts. Twitter oomfies? What are oomfies? I wanted to play VR chat with a friend too, but I'm too shy to ask. So I just exist in this interesting state of peepo shy. Yeah, I probably did. really, but it's interesting, interesting. And good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good. Good boy. Good boy. Good. Good boy. Such a good, beautiful boy you are. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good. Good boy. Good. Good boy. Yeah, I'm just too shy, you know. And let me look at the list of triggers I have to do, because I'm pretty sure I forgot some from a little while back. Gatita, peaches, sniff sniff, paper tag, smooches. Too shy, too shy, too shy. It's not good for me. Rawr, rawr, rawr.
You will.
Okay, did scratching, kalimba, nail taps, whisper. Okay, next ones I'm going to do are... Oh, Sally Sigh, welcome in, my dear. Finally you chatted. How are you this wonderful stream, my dearest?
Rawr. 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 Rawr.
Next trigger is going to be hugs, head pats, praise for Marcy. Come here, Marcy, my dear. Come here. Come here, my sweetheart. You'll shush. Come here, my dear. Come here. My dearest, darling Marcy, come on in for a nice, warm cuddle. Nice, warm hug. I have a wonderful, cozy, warm blanket. It smells of roses. Has an adorable leather, snow leopard print on it. And I love it, 'cause I think you, my dear, look so adorable wrapped in it. My sweet, adorable Pookie Bear. Pookie Bear. It's all okay. You're doing fine. It's all good, my sweetheart. And welcome in, darling Tater. How are you doing tonight, my good girl? And Marcy, it's okay, my dear. Rest up, get cozy, and remember that you were loved. Okay, have a kiss. And that's fine to be tired, Tater. I'll do some heavy breathing, and hopefully you can get all nice and cozy tonight, my dear. You know, apparently they add new stuff to VTube Studio, so I can apparently do that.
Ain't got a clue how. I probably have to buy VTube Studio. I ain't got a clue what half of these buttons are. Nope, that didn't work.
If you'd like to do some redeems to make you real cozy, my dears, feel free. I'm going to do kisses next, then paper tearing and scissors. Oh, I also have a good girl for Lillian. Hello. I'm getting the burpees right now. Will do, my dears. Will do. That's a good finger crack. Oh. Good girl. Good girl. Good, good girl. Good girl. Good, good girl. Good girl. Good, good girl. Such a good, beautiful girl you are, Lillian. And you're just as beautiful as the day we met, my dear. So have a kiss. Next trigger is going to be paper tearing all over the game to make it nice and cozy for your precious ears. And we'll get all ready for the AP Sleepies. Okay? Always, Lillian. Always. Okay, we'll do Darling Gap soon enough. Welcome back in, Olivia. How are you tonight, dear? And get all nice and cozy, sweetheart. And get ready to fall asleep, my dearest. And what did you draw today? I'm a little bit curious, darling. Minecraft and more. Oh, slay, slay. I'd love to see it, my dearest Olivia. Oh, I do, my dear, I do. I do have mic brushing. I'll give you an example of it right now. I also have this as an option, my dear. Which one, my dear?
Brushy brush, brushy brush, brushy brush, brushy brush, brushy brush.
If you're curious, I literally did just that with a friend in VR. Just had pats. And it works because both of us have the phantom sense. I'll do more paper tearing and then I'll do the brushy brush and then I'll just go move on with the other triggers, okay? Or actually, if you don't mind. Oh, it's okay. I don't think I don't remember if I do have it. I'll do paper tearing, scissors, and I'll get to your redeem just because why not? I know. Phantom senses slay until your hand goes for their head and you feel a weird burning. Yosh, yosh. Next trigger is going to be scissors. I'll turn the game to normal. Yosh, yosh. I've actually seen that and it looks kind of interesting, doesn't it, Boots? I get phantom phone vibrations from notifications. It's weird stuff. Oh, thank you, Falcon Reaper. Feel free to do exclamation point menu for your free trigger, my dear. Weird stuff. You've never heard a femboy with such a deep voice. Understandable. Most have rather soft voices, don't they? Well, it's all okay, my dear. because you enjoy what you enjoy. And you want a praise, huggies. What redeem would you like, my dear? I'll only do a few more seconds of scissors, then I'll do another. Have a kiss for the burp. Fish pops? Perfectly fine, my dear, perfectly fine. And hi, Blueberry, welcome in, my dear. What has brought you to the King's Court? Give me a second as I look for the previous mic brushes. Okay. After fish pops is mic brushes. We will. What has brought you to the King's Court? That's better. Okay. Next trigger is going to be mic brushes. Also, how are you doing, sweetest Blueberry? Me more than you, yeah. Look at that. Oh well, thank you for the gifted sub, Sweet Boots, to Olivia. They're a wonderful person every time they're here. And thank you for the gifted sub to Falcon. That means you have 16 free triggers, my dearest. So feel free to think of what you like and enjoy, my dear. They're beautiful, aren't they? Mm-hmm. Of course. Relax. Relax. It's all going to be okay. Relax. Relax. all going to be okay. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. It's all going to be okay. Welcome back, Goku. There we go. Have a good rest, sweetheart Meister. There. Next trigger is going to be oof, good girl Pinkalimba, my dears. And apologies if the mic rubbies were too short. I'm feeling a little bit on the EP side, but all is good. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good, 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 good girl. Have a kiss, my good, sweet, good girl. Then I'll do Kalimba, the mic tabbies. Sip some coffee. If you'd like, my dear Olivia, I can do some brushes for you again if you redeem them. I'll just be doing Kalimba now. Thank you, my dear Cisco. I hope you're having a slay night tonight. Everyone's true. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Hey, a birdie enjoyer. Slay. gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and desert you. Surprised nobody knows that one. Never gonna give you up is pretty good, isn't it? As a random side note, let me find a pianoforte of Never Gonna Give You Up. Yes. So, what I just put in chat is the new version of Never Gonna Give You Up in pianoforte. Imagine for a moment you take the funny original Never Gonna Give You Up and you make it sad, like something you would sing to a dying spouse or something. Completely changes it once they put it into a different key, and oof, it's like, gotta listen to it, my dears. So good. Now, next trigger is going to be Tappies on mic. I'll lower the gain just a little bit. Tell me if it's too loud. Warmth from the cow. You know what I like about my microphones? Large diaphragms such as this really do capture my voice well. I thought about getting a ribbon microphone, but that'll be a little while until I save more money, because the one I'm looking at has an amplifier built in, because I don't have an amplifier, which is a fancy way It's a inline good jigger thing you buy to make sure your stuff isn't too quiet. And it has such a nice, cozy sound. Like if you ever heard old-timey singing voices where there's no high pitch, no incredibly low, but it's all so warm. It's one of those microphones. Ooh. I'm just saving up for that, you know. Granted, I probably won't ever get it, because I gotta pay bills and get food, you know. Oh, that'd be so slay, Falcon. So slay. I know, right? Here I am, nearly passing out. Next trigger is spray mist the water jar. Indeed, indeed. I have a USB mic that I'm going to eventually phase out and replace with a XLR that I found for cheap. Then I have one that I'm going to use that for triggers as well. And then I have my old mics, but I only have 4 inputs on my audio device. Or no, only 2 inputs on my audio device, so I can't use both of them. Which is kind of sad because they have their own individual tune that really has for noises like this. Has a great pop to it. Oh well. Anya, my dear, I thought it's rather early for you. Interesting, interesting. What is a cat such as yourself doing fouling me, my dear? A tuxedo cat nonetheless. But welcome in, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Oh. Nope, still have a bit of fluid left. Oof. Oof, wait for it. There we go. But I hope you're having a sleigh night tonight, dearest Anya. Oof. I need to refill this, but why is this? Oh, the squirt. No, the squirter does me all the way down. This is being people weird. There we go. Eesh. There we go. Next trigger, water jars. Oh wait, I actually used the wrong spray. Sorry, my dear. I was meant to use a short one. Water mist for me. Kind of, my dear. I do have a little mini humidifier but the difference is it doesn't make the same psst, psst, psst noise, and that's kind of what I want, you know. But it's all good. Oop. Anyway. Next trigger. Let's see, my dear. Oh, water jar. Which is underneath my ears. Okay, I'll place it right there. Yeah, don't worry about it, Falcon. Don't worry. Just rest, relax. It's all going to be okay. Then after this is kisses, then Poppy for Gabs.
You hear?
There. Next trigger is going to be kisses, then puppy. Okay. Sleep well, rest your eyes, and dream well, kind falcon. Have a kiss. Kisses is next. what that noise is outside. Plow, perhaps? Ah, hello again, sweet Nick. How is your near afternoon been, my dear? More accurately, how's your morning been? Did you awake just again, my dear? It's all good, sweet Nick. It's all good. Have a kiss, Boots. Next trigger is going to be good puppy. Gabs, you good, adorable, sweet puppy girl. Such a good puppy girl. Good puppy girl. Good puppy girl. Puppy girl. Puppy girl. Puppy girl. Good puppy girl. Your morning Sage of school find it slay. Now you can rest, relax, and have a great, cozy night tonight, my dear. May you have wonderful dreams and have a good nap, okay? My good puppy girl Gabs. Good puppy girl. Good puppy girl. Puppy girl. Puppy girl. Good puppy girl. So beautiful. So wonderful, aren't you? You sweet puppy girl. Let me itch my nose real quick. I think after stream I might trim my nails and paint them again because I only did one coat last time and I didn't do another and I didn't do a top coat either, so kinda don't like that, but it's all okay. Oh, Beta. Thank you for doing your watch streak, my dearest Beta. I'm just doing black because, to put it real blunt, I'm kinda lazy. And black is one of those colors that, because I don't live in a great place, I can still kind of push off and say, hey bro, welcome to the 80s, bro. You know, if only I lived somewhere else. It is what it is now, my dear. And don't worry, I'll make them slay regardless. They do, Nick, they do. I think if you look on the Discord and the cat pics, you may see me petting a cat with black nails. Next trigger is going to be ear lickies and fish pops, then water glug glug. So, if anyone has any cozy triggers, please do them, my dears. Oof. I popped my shoulder. I'm home. Oh, thank you for joining the server, Nick and Falcon. Let's get to the next year now. Blue jean baby, LA lady. Can I burp? Oh, and welcome into the server, Onyx. I hope you're doing well, sweetie. Oh, I understand that. Oh, I gotta pop my back. And that's perfectly okay, Onyx. You be sleepy. It is normal waking up time for some people, and normal midday time for some people. So I understand very well, sweetie. Now, let me go crack my muscles. But I hope you're doing well. And if you'd like, Onyx, you can do exclamation points menu for your free trigger right here. Next one is going to be fish pops, and then water glug glug. And if anyone else has any cozy triggers they like, please do some. Fish pops really are amazing. Yeah, mine recently has found a box, and it's funny seeing a fat cat in a small box. You see her walk into it, sniff it, and then her fat just goes and turns into a liquid. It makes me giggle every time I walk past and she just looks at me. Okay, let me go crack my joints. I'll do water glug glug in just a minute. And let me just go remind you, Onyx, my dear, you have a free trigger. You can just, oh, I didn't realize. Everyone, we're at 700 burps. Slay. That's gonna be a Twitter shit posted today. I'll just do some quick ear lickies. Now, am I missing anyone's redeems? Because I had the feeling you missed Hellboy's. And I ain't got a clue which one you did. Nope, you did kisses, and I did that. Okay. Water glug glug it is, my dears. And I'll probably do good boy and good girl. Water glug glug time. Oh. Yosh, yosh. 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 It's all going to be okay. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. Enjoy the water glug glugs. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. It's all going to be okay. Yosh, yosh. Relax. Relax. It's all going to be okay. Yosh, yosh. Yosh, yosh. It's all going to be okay. Now, good girls and good boys. Good girl. Good. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Such a good, beautiful girl you are. I'm proud of you, my sweet, adorable, good girl. Good girl. You did so well today, my good girl. boy. Good. Good boy. Such a good, amazing, good boy you are. You did so much today, and I am proud of you for it. My good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Okay, I have a question for you all. Do you want to go to someone's say-so who's nice and cozy? Or do you want to go to a cat girl who isn't quite as say-so, as just as cozy? Good puppy. Good puppy. Good puppy. Okay, okay. Say so it is. Good kitty. Good. Good kitty. Either whims or feels good soup. Good angel. Good, good angel. Good angel. Good, good angel. I'm thinking right now, say so. So, my good angels. Because why not say so? Who doesn't love it? Exactly. Good soup. Let me itch my eye. No feet holding. Now that's just taking away my rights. Taking away my rights, I tell you. When I was born, I was holding my feet together. Okay, why you want to take away my feet? Shake my head. Shake my head. Okay. copy that raid message. Go follow me where you can follow me. And remember that you're loved. Goodbye, darlings.